lot. Also, it's also with that logo would also be able to be done is to also put stuff on some merch eventually if we get a lot of exposure.
That's his music.
So it's the master plan. You know, if it just has a sort of a niche, distinct style that we're gonna use, it should be good. It should be something.
Are you looking at prices and stuff?
As far as
Like how much does it usually cost?
you know,
Because I don't know, you should, yeah, because like, you know, maybe. You can
Okay.
get a better student.
So to kind of go over what this homework kind of means, we are creating or you're going to be creating a cheat sheet, working examples of variables, debugging, you know, how to make stuff, how to make alerts happen.
gonna represent me and like my partner.
Don't do those because those are bad practice in general real life. You know, how to show comments,
Symbols.
how to print things to the console,
It's a matter of symbols. And
kind of different
Representation.
or the various examples of different data types. Just simply being the basic ones, you know. If you want to go a little deeper, you can look at some more, but really we've kind of covered the ones that we're really going to go into. Arrays, which is a data type, so that seems like a little bit redundant. Testing, which is simply just, you know, comparison testing, seeing if something is true or false, something returns a Boolean. Logic, sort of various different types of loops, maybe write a function or two. I guess, well, this one says write 3 different functions that take an input and return something via the console or an alert. You all know what my favorite is. So, and then for the following problems, does not fit on the screen. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. Create script 2 variables, send 2 numbers. That one seems pretty simple. I don't know. If anyone has any questions about these, feel free to ask me. But I don't think they're that. I think you guys are gonna do really, really good. You guys already know all this stuff pretty well. But that being said, so yesterday we kind of covered some basic JavaScript. There was a ton of forms to fill out. Hopefully there's no more forms to fill out. It's up for you guys' sake. But if there are, we'll take them in stride. Today we're gonna kind of go over some jQuery. You may have, has anybody heard the word jQuery or familiar with it? Okay, well, you know, it's basically just it's a library written inside or with JavaScript that kind of provides functionality. Yeah, it's like magic, I guess. It's one of those things. Once you kind of go jQuery, going back to JavaScript it's almost like hard. It's like, you know, it's like you know, if you have a fast car, it's hard to go back to having a slow one or something. But ironically, jQuery is a little bit slower, just because, you know, like programming languages, the higher up ones tend to be slower. You know, like the lower down you go, the more speed you can get. But it's minimal. So it's an external JavaScript library. There are many external JavaScript libraries. There are D3 JS, which is sort of like a statistics visualizations library, which is really cool, but it's pretty advanced and out there. You guys might come across it on your job, sort of thing. Probably no one will be like, you know, do something in D3. You might just see code already written in it. It's kind of a cool thing to be aware of. It's probably the most I'd say it's the most complicated stuff in the world, honestly. It's this guy who you see right here. You can fork on GitHub, so you can actually just check this whole entire project out on GitHub and see what it does. But it is a way of showing out. Oh, this is kind of crazy. Some of these are kind of strange. You never really know which ones you're going to get. Let's see if there's one that's kind of more. Get one that's. This guy, Mike Bostock, he, I think, got his PhD at Stanford. He's a computer scientist. And he kind of just wrote this library. He's just like, yeah, I just want to write this thing. So he's a genius, obviously. And he wrote this library, and he kind of develops all the graphics for the New York Times. So whenever you see kind of like New York Times graphics, he writes these. A lot of times they're interactive. A lot of times they just have really cool ways of visualizing information. The code behind these is, as you can imagine, it gets pretty math oriented. Let's see if we can just check out some of these projects here. Where is, so there are 105 contributors. There's 3,500 commits. He has quite a bit of following on here, but you can just simply just check these things out. Let's see which one is the most recent here. I'm not going to go through his files, but you kind of just link to it like in the a script tag in your header, and you have all of a sudden you have all the power of D3 at your fingertips if you know how to use it, sort of thing. It's trying to see if we can find maybe one that has the code behind it, because that's kind of fun to see. Now, this is obviously not related to jQuery, but jQuery is just one example of, so these things sort of, I guess this is, yeah, so they kind of have like the, they'll oftentimes just show you, straight up show you the code on here. So if you're just like, oh, how do I do this, you know? This is just regular JavaScript, like var max radius equals 32. These comments right here, extremely helpful. How would you know that otherwise? You know, like if you just don't know what you're coming in to look at, this is like instantly tells you what this variable means. This is a great example of how to use comments. This SVG and D3.select, this is where the D3 comes in. And it gets pretty math heavy right away. I don't know how comfortable you guys are with math, but this stuff is pretty awesome and cool. And you can do really cool things like just with statistical information and data sciences and stuff like that. Now, it's not jQuery. We're not going to cover D3. It's this stuff is pretty advanced. But you can do some really cool stuff with jQuery that's kind of more everyday stuff. Like you can animate objects on a page. You can show things. You can hide things. All the stuff you can do this natively with JavaScript, but it's a little bit easier to type, and jQuery kind of makes this stuff a little bit easier to perform. And it has a lot of functionality that just sort of makes things work for you easy. So the definition of a library is simply a collection of functions, really, that's in code. Someone's written, it's bundled up usually. You can link to it. It's a file. You can download it. Like Evan was saying, it's probably the most downloaded project on GitHub. So it's an extensive use. If you include the library in your code, you have access to all of jQuery. You can do whatever you want. Now, like most code, there's some stuff that's been deprecated. There's some things that have been changed. So there's versions of it that you might link to. There might be the most current version, which you'll use, and that will have certain things that might work in some browsers and might not work in older browsers, or vice versa. Let's do this little exercise, I guess. So from the terminal, create a first create a directory. We'll just call this like jQuery exercise. You remember in the terminal, it's mkdir, and then change into that directory and create a file called mylibrary.js. So we did this stuff kind of yesterday, but let's just get in the practice of doing it. It's convenient to write these things yourselves. And I think later today, if we have some time, we're gonna try and maybe return back to those group causes projects you guys were working on, and maybe now include some JavaScript or some jQuery functionality to it. So keep that in mind. I'm not sure how much time we have. I don't know what's going to happen with the speakers later on, but if we do, we'll go for that. So right now, though, you should be creating, it's going to be a minimum of 2 files. You're going to have to create a file with a .js extension and then another .html extension, or an HTML file. Write a function. Let's just do this real quick here. Let's start this up. Am I the only one who like hates restarting their computer? You guys?
You have it SSD, so it's faster.
Yeah, I have it as SSD. It's just I still am just like, I go months, and like I realize my computer is so slow that I'm just like, why haven't I done this? This is ridiculous. But
PCIe.
I don't know. It's
That's the one that's like soldered on.
it's my work computer, honestly. I don't even know, but it's fast. It's a couple years old. What's that? Where, Evan, do you know where the cables are for laptops and stuff?
Sorry.
So I'm going to CD out of here. Oops. Okay, dir. Query. Size. Okay, so let's move these groups here. So my index. Okay, so I remember I promised you guys I would tell you about Emmet. Who successfully installed Package Manager and Emmet? Does anybody want to install it?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go about that real quick here. So remember, Emmet does all these really cool things. The least of which it kind of just instantly will kind of make a boilerplate HTML file for you. You don't have to do anything, but just simply just press the exclamation point and tab. Now to get this going, what you need to do is go to Package Manager Sublime, control. Installation. If you're using Sublime Text 3, copy this one. If you are using Sublime Text 2, copy this one. I am on version 2. I'm going to copy Control A. Oops.
What website is that?
This is packagecontrol.io.
And then you just put that where?
Then what you do is, so inside here, view, show console. So this is the console right here. You paste that instructions, installation, into the console and just press enter, and you should just have package control. Do mine too.
Get to the main page. Where did you click on, John?
Clicked on the installation tab up on here, top right.
Okay.
Now it says the simplest method of installation. There's obviously going to be more complex. If you want to do the more complex way, I'll just leave that to you. But this is the simple way. You just copy that text that's right in here. It kind of basically just tells you exactly what to do. Then inside of your Sublime Text file, there is, if you go to View, there is Show Console. There's a tab. You can either do it that way or you can do the keyboard shortcut. But whichever way you want to do it, Show Console, paste that in here, press Enter. It's going to give you something about the package control being installed. You might have to restart Sublime Text. Once you do that, I'm just going to exit out of this because it might overwrite some of my already installed packages. Then it's Command-Shift-P on at least on a Mac. Maybe it's Control on Windows. So Command plus Shift plus P. Command Shift P opens this, and then just start typing like install package control, install package right here. Once you click on that, you can it'll just pop up this little box, this dialog box here that has essentially all of these cool plugins that Sublime Text has available. There are a ton of them, to say the least. I don't know actually if I don't know what 1% of these are, honestly. So feel free to like obviously investigate your own. The one that I use, or the ones that I have that are pretty good. Emmet is pretty good.
So after Command-Shift-P, just
Command-Shift-P, then start typing install or package control. It'll just sort of auto-fill into that.
after you click on a bunch of stuff, just
Yeah, then just start typing. Emmet is kind of what you want to start typing. So usually if you just start saying EM, it should be the first one that pops up. But mine, I think it's not showing Emmet for me because I already have it installed by default.
if you restart Sublime, just close it.
Close it and restart it, yeah. Okay, so let's once we've done that, then you have that magic ability to so if you have an HTML file, and this is the important part, if you don't have it, it's not saved as an HTML file, it's not going to do this magic auto completion. It doesn't really know what kind of file it is, so it doesn't help you. But if it's saved as an HTML file, you just simply type an exclamation point, hit tab, voila, you get that whole boilerplate HTML file kind of written out for you. You can do some other cool things with it. The Emmet cheat sheet, if you just Google Emmet cheat sheet, is really, really extensive. There's like 600 or so little commands on there for doing various things. You know, whichever ones you kind of feel like you're into, go for it. But some basic ones you can do, like do div.read asterisk, and then however many divs you want to create. Press tab. Now I have 800 divs or so. That's quite a bit. I'm gonna get rid of those. Now, Emmet's not essential, but it's one of those time savers that will help you out in the long run. At your guys' jobs, they may have you use other text editors in Sublime Text. There's, you know, Vim, Emacs, Atom, RubyMine. It kind of depends. There's a number of ones, but they're all pretty similar once you've kind of gotten the hang of it. You know, they all have their little quirks. You might like one more than the other, but there's even emulators, the ones that are like, well, I don't know why, but like it's like an Emacs emulator that'll run on Sublime Text. It'll make it look like that, or just like, why wouldn't you just use that if you want it to look like it so much? But anyway, once we've done this, we've created a file. Inside our little directory, we have a JavaScript blank file. Yep.
How do you see the sidebar with the folders?
You go to View and then Sidebar. There is Hide Sidebar. Obviously, if I hide it, it goes away. Show Sidebar.
For some reason, mine's like right out. Oh, never mind. I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's issues with refreshing or something like that. I don't know. It's just one day that was mine wouldn't refresh, and then the next day it did. Sometimes these plugins have like little conflicts and stuff like that. So if you have too many plugins going, it's gonna just like putting like too many extensions on your browser. It can cause some issues. But it's besides the point. So now that we have our basic HTML file, how do we link to this JavaScript file? Script tag, yeah. Where should we put it?
In the head.
In the header?
Because we want it to be the first one. At the bottom.
Well,
If you want it.
Yeah, no, well,
Depends on what you're doing, right?
Is there a certain like convention to always put on the bottom?
I've seen people put it on the bottom. You can put, as long as you, if you wrap everything in this document.ready, which we're going to get into, things will run fine. But if we're not doing that, then we need to put it either, if we're trying to reference any of the DOM elements, we need to put it at the bottom. If we're just doing something that's an alert or a console log that's just like saying like, hey, start it up, then that's fine. We could put it in the top. But just for our sake, let's put it down here on the bottom. So we know it works. Now we've done that. Let's write a function inside here. Do you guys remember how to write a function? With the function, say, we'll call this logger. All it's simply going to do is just what this function is doing is simply logging to the console that this function works. Basic function. This is just the kind of the convention. Now that we've done that, though, where should we reference this? How do we make this thing run? We have to you have to call it. So where do we call it at? Yeah, okay. So let's call it in here. We'll just do a script. There's a couple ways to do this. You can call functions from logger. From the HTML file or in the JavaScript file, kind of depending on what you're doing. So let's hold on. Okay, so it simply says this function works. So everything is up to code, as they say. We're working, and you know that's great and all, but it really doesn't do anything. It's kind of useless. So let's move on. But this is the basic way you want to go about stuff. Some sort of you're going to need to include your file either through a CDN, like a content delivery, or you can download it and put it on your computer and just reference it locally. But you have to do reference it somehow. If you're not like linking to it in any way, your file is not going to know about it, and it has to be told.
This is for the jQuery?
This is for just any JavaScript in general, but yeah, jQuery indeed. So this is common library problems. So load the page with JavaScript console open. When you're working in JavaScript, kind of basically always just have this console open 100% of the time. It's going to just give you information about what's happening. If there's a problem, it's going to be the first thing that's going to raise a red flag. You'll see an error inside this console. It just won't reference something. Like if I try and do something like this, like remove the strings and make this a weird, as soon as I refresh this, it's going to tell me some weird things that happen. So instantly I know that there's an error on line 2, and in my index, logger is not defined. So things are kind of screwy here. This is sort of like the first defense in kind of solving what you may or may not be doing right or wrong with JavaScript. Sometimes libraries conflict with each other due to similar naming conventions. You know, functions might be kind of named similar. There's tons and tons of JavaScript libraries out there. You might, on any given project, work with like 10, 20 of them or so, you know. And sometimes they use like the same name for something because it just makes the most sense. Like if, you know, if you're building a game, there might be a function called, you know, restart game or something. And, you know, it's a pretty common name. That makes a lot of sense, you know, it's going to restart the game. But there might be 2 libraries that have that same function. When there's a naming convention, or a conflict like that, you don't know really what's going to happen, which function is going to call, what's going to happen. It's kind of unexpected behavior. You obviously want to avoid that sort of thing. So you might have to remove a library or edit it to get it to work together with the library. Just renaming it, maybe instead of restart game, just call it reload game or something. To check to see if a library is loaded, you can try calling one of its functions or methods. To make, for instance, to make sure jQuery is loaded, you can just try calling. You can just literally just type jQuery in the JavaScript console. For instance, let's try and do that right now. Let's see what happens. Let's fix our problem here. We don't want this to be broken. It's okay. So it works again. However, if I type jQuery, uncaught reference error, jQuery is not defined. Now, I guarantee you'll probably see that error at least once. That just means that either you haven't loaded jQuery or something is amiss, but it doesn't know what jQuery is. To fix that, we have to link to jQuery somehow. Either we're going to link to it or download it. Some basic facts about jQuery. It's like it says self-described, write less, do more library. That's true. It kind of like removes a lot of the document.get element by ID it just minimizes that, makes it a lot quicker. We'll do some. It can be marginally slower than using native JavaScript, just because there's a little bit of extra bulk on top of things. That's just the way things work. If you're going to use a library, you got to expect that a little bit of a speed hit. The 2.x version and up does not support IE 6, 7, or 8. So if, for whatever reason, if you're working on a project that needs those browsers, wants to be compliant to those browsers, be aware of that. Hopefully that's not the case, because that's pretty annoying. But it does happen. So to include the jQuery library, you can we can just simply go to, I think that link probably is still active, but let's go find it. So just Google jQuery. Go to the jQuery homepage here. It's just jQuery.com, obviously. Whoa. You can download. There are uncompressed and compressed versions. If you're doing something for like a production site, you might want to compress it just because it's going to take up a little bit less space. For instance, if you let's see if we can just tab. So this is kind of what it looks like compressed. It's a little hard to read, but uncompressed, this is kind of what it looks like. Let's take a look. Uncompressed sizing is so strange. So uncompressed, it looks like just like regular JavaScript. That's basically all it is. But they've it's written a ton and ton and ton of stuff. This goes on for a very long time down here. We are going to download the uncompressed version, just so you can see it a little bit. Feel free to take a look and just investigate this. It's kind of fun to look at, see what it does. Now that I've downloaded it, let's open this up here. Here's my files. sorry, I had my window. I'm opening up jQuery and I'm putting it inside the folder that I just made. What is this?
Just copy that file.
Yeah, you can copy that file. If I want to put it inside here, go in Finder. There it is. Just drag jQuery, put it inside there. Now it's in there. Now what I want to do is I can link to this file up in here. Now this has to be spelled right, obviously. 2.2.0. And that's all we're doing with it right now. All right. Everyone able to move it in there? Okay. So now let's go back to our blank file here, and now if we type jQuery, so you can already tell it's going to work because it's auto completing, which is nice. To jQuery, and now we have jQuery. Which is a pretty cool thing. So now we have all the functionality of jQuery at our fingertips. This is referencing, like, you know, if you want to like link to it online, might be a little faster, you know, because then you don't have to like rely for your server to take the hit for it. If you're running a website, you probably don't want to list, you know, you probably want to have as many assets as possible not on your server, just because they're going to cost a little bit of time and energy. So you might have them in AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, or Google Content Delivery Network, something like this. Basically, that means it's like some website you're trusting is always going to be up. So it pings that website and grabs the information rather than yours. So it's a little bit faster to do it that way. You know, these things sort of they'll knock off like a fraction of a second, but those fraction of seconds are important. You know, they do studies where it's like web page takes like 2 seconds to load. It's like people bounce like 75%. I'm sure you guys have encountered stuff like that. You know, slow loading is like annoying. Lose money. So now we have it. Let's go back over the DOM, the document object model. DOM is standard for interacting with and representing objects in HTML, XHTML, and XML. It's been around since the browser wars of the 90s. This is sort of like the standard version of what a web page looks like across many browsers. Obviously, there are some browsers that have certain particular quirks. I'm looking at you, Internet Explorer, but most of them are going to be able to. You're going to be able to use jQuery, which is extremely helpful. This third line here, jQuery makes it incredibly easy to select elements in the DOM. That is completely true. So let's figure out how to do something like that. So if you want to just return the body, what you can do, let's go into the console and do some jQuery stuff. So get familiar with this. You might have seen this around $. That's like kind of sort of like the jQuery shortcut. You type body. Let's return the whole body. Now I can do some fun things with it, like body. And ta-da! Whole background is red. It's basically just like JavaScript on steroids. You can just write things much faster doing this.
Like web developers generally like program like this, or
In the console?
yeah, no, just like .css or
Yeah. You use that. I mean, that's like, you know, obviously that's one of the more basic ones. There's like animate, which you can do, which sort of has a property of like you can give it a time, so it'll do these things. You can move things around. When we have like actual stuff on here, we can create like little projects that sort of move around and do things. Yeah, pretty much. There's if you go to like the jQuery documentation page here, there we go. You can see like all the little functions that I have here. Add class, Ajax add. This is just the whole list of them, I think. Animate. This just goes on and on and on. So it's a pretty extensive. Oh yeah, you can hide stuff. So sort of the format for selecting it is element name, class ID or XPath. Kind of what that really means is just you're either selecting it like just selecting all the P elements on a page, or you're selecting a specific class on the page like this, or you right here you're selecting all the LIs inside the UL. And you can provide various things with them, make them hide, show, blah blah blah. Yep.
For IDs, you would put a £.
Pound sign for IDs, just kind of like CSS, real similar syntax to that. So no longer do you have to type document.get element by ID and then type the ID. You just do the $, and it's a huge shortcut. The $, is just the shorthand of accessing jQuery library's main function. So it's the sort of the granddaddy function they're all descended from. If you type the $, in the JavaScript console, you'll see the function itself. We can just do something like that. It's just going to return some function selector context. And this is all defined inside jQuery too. If you want to look inside that file, you can look at it in Sublime Text now, and I'll kind of show you what it all is. Now that we've done that, let's write some code. Let's do some things with our sort of basic file here. Let's we have a body. Let's do like a div dot nav. Close to nav. Inside there, ul, li. That's all I got. So now I have a div. We could select it by, if we want to select all of these elements, we could just select that. We could either just select the div, or we could select the class nav. Do an H1 down here for a title. My page. Div dot wrapper. Let's make some text. So now at least our page has some basic looking nonsense. So it's got some stuff here. If we don't want to select some stuff, we can do $, H1. Then we turn this element right here. Now we've selected it though, maybe we want to do something with it. So there are some cool functions. Out. And it's simply, it's gone. It's not there anymore. If you take a look in the body, see, it's been given a style of display none. So it's now removed from the page. So oftentimes you'll see this happen, like, you know, maybe you'll get to a page and things slowly fade in, things fade out. And you can time these, so it's looks nice and pretty. If we want to go back and put that thing back inside here, just the reverse, fades it in. Now it gives you those these empty brackets here. It takes an argument. It has a default, which is I think 2 seconds, but you can change it to whatever you want, and it goes in milliseconds as well. So for instance, we do like 10,000 seconds. Slowly gonna, oops, did it fade in? Okay, let's do fade out. You can slowly seeing it becoming, boom, it's gone. So depending on like how fast you want to do things, you can add seconds or milliseconds, I guess. Any questions so far? Anybody get? No, it's yeah. Anything you do in the console, it's probably not going to affect your files as they are saved. If we want to do it, we would just do it inside our library right here. Getting to that though. So remember yesterday we had we were monitoring events, like event listeners and stuff like that, which basically kind of means you're looking for like a click, or maybe something hovering over something, or a mouse, or a key press, or something loading. And you can just you can attach that event listener to a very specific piece of something, like just the H1, or one of the links inside the nav bar, so to speak. This is kind of important, this document.ready. This kind of like prevents all of your code from being run until the document fires a ready event. And basically, your browser, when it's done loading, it has like, okay, ready, and just lets everyone know. The ready event fires when all of the DOM elements are loaded. What that means is like all the stuff on the page is there. So remember yesterday we kind of run into the problem where if we linked to our function up above all the elements, it's the page loads incredibly fast when you look at it for us, but when the page loads for in a split second time, it loads JavaScript, runs the JavaScript, and then it loads the HTML right after it, and so it's by the time it's done running the JavaScript, the page has not been rendered. There's nothing there, so it takes a little bit of time for that to run. This document.ready kind of solves that problem by saying, okay, just let this code be until the ready function is, or the ready event has been fired, and then you can access all the code. So this means now we can just put our JavaScript files up at the top of the page. As long as they're encapsulated in this document.ready, everything's going to go off with just like a charm. The way we kind of do that, let's just write that out. This is something you'll probably get familiar with. So it may look a little funky, but this is the syntax for sort of this document.ready little snippet here. So now we put our little function inside our document.ready.
Everything needs to go inside that function.
This document.ready snippet. Well, I mean, everything doesn't. You can like declare variables up. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, really. If if your function doesn't depend upon the document itself to be loaded, then sure, it can be run up there. If it's like dealing with cookies or something that's kind of happening before the page loads, but for most cases, yeah, you want to put everything inside there. We can do some fun stuff now, like we can make a dollar. Let's clean this up a little bit here. So this is going to be a oops. Okay, so how do you think I'll hide the paragraph text or fade it out? Like when do I unclick? Okay. G. Oh, that's get a click function. Do you want to hide the paragraph text? Let's do that. Now there are some shortcuts. P dot fade out. Give it. You can use one like that. It's probably it's probably better to use one. Usually the rule is like you should just use one unless there's a reason to use two. Sometimes you have to use two if like you're escaping quotes or something like that. But if you're not, you should probably just use one. But so now we've done that. Let's fire this thing up, make sure everything is working. Let's do a console.log to make sure we are ready. Console.log. Working good. Working well. Or just remove this other boring function. So now that we have that jQuery loaded up here, we can simply load this all the way at the top before the page. It's important to get this ordering right. You have to load your library after you are loading jQuery. Simply, it needs to know about jQuery before it can interact with it. If you're trying to do it the opposite way, it's going to throw an error right here. So let's clean this up again. Okay. So now down here, click on this. Boom. It fades out. You know, that's our first little jQuery thing. So there's also something in jQuery called this. So for instance, if we pause it, go to the console, we type this. It's going to refer to the element that we just clicked on. So it's a little bit. It gives you access to kind of whatever was itself clicked on. Now, if you notice, it's not the second one. It's the first one. It's going to fade out again. But refresh it again. We click on this. Now, if we type this, it's going to be the second one. So it knows which one you clicked on. It knows who's naughty. It knows who's nice. Absolutely. So I'm just going to move the debugger. Now, if we want to do something that was, say, a little bit more interactive, now we can move around. We can do this fade toggle. Fade toggle is going to allow us to, let's clear all this out. So I click it, it's gone. Boom. Click it again, comes back in. You can keep doing that as many times as you want. In fact, if you click it a bunch of times, it might just kind of get backed up and do it 2 or 3 times in a row. So now we have a document.ready snippet. Everything works great, at least in the sense that it'll run loaded from the top of the page. It waits till the page is loaded, and it runs well. So anonymous function. These are functions that, for whatever reason, choose to remain anonymous. No, just kidding. But they are. It's sometimes you want to make something a function, making a first-class citizen data type, meaning that you can give it as an argument to another function. So it's like a function taking a function as an argument, or it's returned by a function or a block of code or assigned to a variable. So writing a anonymous function is simply just like that. We just don't name it. Just function alert I am anonymous. Now we type this and we put it in there. I don't like that syntax. What that's going to do, so we can probably remove that one. Unexpected token. What's happening here? Okay. We'll fix that one in a second. Anonymous functions can also be stored in variables like that. Let's store this in a variable. Where is my Sublime text? I don't know if this is available to us. Not defined.
What does the anonymous function do?
It's just a way of encapsulating this code into a making it this first-class citizen, meaning that you can like pass it as an argument or use it later on. For like if you had some useful block of stuff in here that did something that like hid an element, but we're gonna just pass it along as a data structure rather than having to type it out each time. You can just invoke that function and store it in a variable, use it around. The concept is sort of a little bit sort of half developed right now because they don't really make sense on their own. Oftentimes they're used in these callbacks. Callback is anonymous functions applied to another function to be run when that function is done running. So it's sort of like a recursive style of running a function. Like say when you click on something and everything disappears, then you have another function that runs. That's the anonymous function.
Why didn't you just build a function called slide?
I mean, you certainly can. It's just think of how to explain it really. How to explain it? You just, I mean, you can do it that way, but jQuery works with anonymous functions just in that context. Is just the way the syntax works, I guess, is simply that explanation. So this is an example of a callback. Let's kind of stop at this point though, and let's do an exercise. It's nothing really written up here, but let's kind of make some stuff happen to the page. Let's move some stuff around here, and make things hide, make things show, make things disappear when you load it up. Let's see if there are things listed in here. I don't want to. So these are more of the fun stuff, the showing and hiding. So show and hide and show happen instantly. There's no like fade to it. It's just like gone in a second. Same with hide and show. Fading in, fading out. That's the one that sort of has that more animated quality to it. You can provide an argument of in milliseconds of how long you want to do it. I believe 2000 is the default. Here is fading out over 1. Here's fading in over 4,000 seconds. Hiding with sliding. Slide up, slide down methods. These kind of will make the items slide up or slide down. We can just more easily show that on here. So let's select our H1. And this does this weird, what did I do? Oh my gosh, I'm up on a $sign. That has that effect. You can kind of see what it does there. It sort of, it adds all of these styles to the page. If you want to slide it back down, make it reappear. There it goes. Now most of these functions have a slide toggle. So like if you want to click on something and have it like toggle, you know, sliding up or sliding down, you can attach that listener for looking for a click, or simply a mouse over. One of the problems though, if you're clicking on an element and it slides up or slides down or slides up or fades out, is that's gone from the page. You know, it doesn't exist anymore. So you can't click on something that's there to make it reappear. So if you're gonna make something, you have to figure out another way to do that. There's a couple different ways. You can attach the event to like a click of a button, but if you're going to hide the element itself, you're going to have to do some other way of selecting it again once it's removed from the page. Because once it's gone, it's not able to be clicked anymore. This animate thing is pretty cool. So, like it says use jQuery's animate method to animate most CSS properties that are numeric. Some CSS properties you cannot animate. I don't think you can animate like background color. Could be wrong on that one. There's a couple that just strangely won't work. There's actually some other jQuery sort of side libraries. There's jQuery UI, which adds some more cool functionality to jQuery, but it's not necessary to run jQuery UI with jQuery. That's it's kind of like it gives you some more really cool like making things draggable, droppable, resizable, selectable. It gives you like a date picker, which is pretty cool. You know how that, I'm sure everyone has seen something like this. And I'll click on there. And this does is all straight up just by including this jQuery UI. I'm not super fond of it because it has some weird glitchy things, but it's good for when you need it. The accordion, you've probably seen something like this, where things sort of like hide and show based upon the section you click on. What is this? Collapse content. Some various options of auto height or yada yada yada. But the animate is pretty awesome. Let's do let's do some animation on this guy right here. $. So the syntax here is if you're going to do one CSS property, and you can just do it like this. Otherwise, you have to do the hash-like notation like this. Oops. Oh, this is. You can't press enter in the console, unfortunately. It's one of those. What's that? Yeah, you can do shift enter if you want to get like a new line like this, but you can't natively do it. So we can do like font size. I forget if I have to. I think I have to do this. And after the argument or after the hash here, you can give it a time. So let's say 2000. Whoops, it does not like that. I think. Let's do this. This is why I don't like doing things in the console. It doesn't give you your. Oh, it's a comma afterwards. Oops. Yeah. Something like this. Well, it's not animating, but let's do it in Sublime Text here. Maybe we can get more functionality out of it. let's just actually do it inside here. So let's use that this. Animate. So this is going to refer to the H1 that we're clicking, not the P. That works. But so what we're expecting to happen is font size to become 50 pixels and the color to become red. I believe animate changes colors, but let's find out. It's really not liking that. What's up with that? Oh, I think that's a jQuery cut.
Semicolon instead of a comma in CSS.
No, it wants to be a. I should remember what am I doing here. Oh, font size. Okay. It's weird. It doesn't give an error, but it wants camel case, not underscore. Yeah, it wants the comma there like that. That's the way it is. So this should work now. Although I guess you can't do the color. So
So these are different from the CSS properties, right?
no, this is a CSS property. I mean, it's applying the CSS property to the page or to the element.
Because I thought the CS was font dash size.
Yeah, it's just the way you have to write it in jQuery is that camel case. It doesn't like the font dash. It just sort of converts it to. You can't do color. You can only do, I guess, mostly numeric values, which is odd. Opacity we can do 0.75. It sort of becomes a little bit less opaque. You can see right there, it's the font size is now 50 and the opacity is 0.75. But why don't you guys create a page, try and have 6 different animations happen on the page, whether that be, and I don't just mean the dot animate, but either slide up, slide down, hide, show, fade in, 6 variations of any of those. Feel free to find a bunch more. There are a ton of these little things. Feel free to look them up. But yeah, just make a little mini web page and add some jQuery effects to it, kind of get a sense to how these things work. You can combine regular JavaScript with jQuery. Oftentimes you do all the time. I'm gonna grab some water. My voice is kind of going today.
Yeah. Unexpected upgrade. Okay, so let's okay, so a couple things going on here. The document got ready is not set up right. Random line number 1. You're passing it this anonymous function here, but this anonymous function doesn't take any arguments, so it's just like that. Oh. Yeah. It's just supposed to be like yeah, sure.
Sure, bring it over here. I'm gonna try and find some other examples of things here.
Just change it. Just trying to select. So
Okay.
it's not sliding down.
Well, first thing is have a console open. So every single time you open this up, console's got to be open here.
What do you mean? Like the actual.
Yeah, like the JavaScript console in Chrome is going to tell you every single thing that's wrong right away.
It's not giving me any error.
Okay, we'll try and click on the image. So nothing's happening, right? So, so what I would do is I would, inside that function that you wrote, do a console, like log something. Be like right here. Shall click. Oh, so, well, you know what? So it's sliding down means that it's gonna appear. Sliding up means it's disappearing. So that's why it's working as expected there. But basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to show something that's already shown, so it's not going to have any effect.
Oh.
You can do what you would want to probably do is slide toggle or slide up. But
All right, so. Oh, okay. So slide down. Okay, so if something's hidden, it just literally slides. Okay.
Yeah, and that's all it really is. But a good trick here, if you're having a problem, always have your console open like this, just so you can see if there's any errors or something's awry. Also, it's a good idea to throw in a just like on any element, right, or any function you're writing, just a console.log, so you know something's actually happening here, so that you know. That way you know at least when you're clicking it, you can tell if something is happening, and maybe something further on down the code is not working. But this is sort of like the first step to check. Also, feel free to take a break for like 10 minutes or so right now, if you guys want to. What's up?
What's the package they use to see whether you have an error from JavaScript?
I think that's JS linter or lint. It's got some. I'm hesitant to like recommend it because it's got some. It like has some false positives and has some weird notions about how things should be done. It's not always great, and it kind of bogs things down. But I think it's just called JS lint. Sublime linter, excuse me. That's what it's called. But I don't really recommend it, honestly. Yeah. I mean, there's so many of them out there. Some are going to be better than others. Some are outdated. Some kind of work a little better than others. Okay, anyone have any questions, or anyone have anything that looks cool? Cool animation?
When you do like the fade toggle for like it seems to like only fade to red. Is there a way to get back to the original color?
Fade toggle should
Do it automatically?
well, fade toggle should make something disappear and then appear. So
All right, I'll try it again.
let me see how you
I think I did it by accident.
Try Control Z back. If you want.
Or we were doing the other one. Alright, so let's shoot for the paragraph. So fade toggle.
Yeah, fade toggle only
Only
makes something display block, display not. Kind of like splits the display.
So to make in the parameters too, it only takes in numbers like seconds wise. When you pass it, do you know if it takes any other parameters?
I believe it. I think you can do a. I think it does a duration. So it takes the duration. I think it's sort of like what's on the screen there. So it takes the duration. And I think it has an easing, which is but that could be incorrect now. So like easing is kind of like how it fades. Like you can do like fast at the start and then slows down or something like that. Okay.
I think I had CHLC as the color. You have to put in parentheses, right? Color.
Yeah.
And then for the colors here, right?
Red.
Technically that should work though, right? Or
Yeah, that's gonna make it
the paragraph.
red, but it's never gonna change it back to black though.
Right. So I think that was my question.
Yeah, so once you've altered it, you have to then change it back to black.
With another fade toggle, you think? Or
Yeah. What company did that?
which I don't even know if this will work. Fade toggle.
You can chain them like that then.
The syntax is okay.
What's that?
You're just talking about a camera.
Megapixels?
Yeah.
A lot of pixels.
Yeah, a lot of people think like megapixels. It's just for zoom, like how much you zoom.
So what's the quality of the picture?
I don't know. I think that's something.
Oh, on click it did. Oh, maybe because the quality function. That's why. Yes, that would make sense.
It's not pixels.
No, it's pixels. Megapixels is like how much you zoom.
Bring it outside.
I guess.
Yeah, like a large aperture, it's sort of like an inverse number. So it's a large aperture is a low number.
Smaller than
Like an f2, f1.2. It's a pretty small number for an aperture, but it means it's really big. That means like the depth of focus is really short.
Yeah.
For 1.2, that's probably like an eyeball.
Right.
Like so, that's all that's going to be in focus. The rest will be blurred out.
Gotcha.
Get that nice blur afterwards. But I don't know what you guys are talking about. But megapixels is just simply a number. You know, it's like you can have a picture to be 50 megapixels and look like crap.
Yeah, but like that's what when companies they advertise their stuff, they say like, oh, it's 50 megapixels.
So then there's also like the resolution and the,
Yeah.
honestly, megapixels are really not the selling point anymore. You know, it's like
So yeah, this one fades to red, but then
you're never changing it to black though.
to black. So should it create another line, or what would you say?
Yeah, you can,
If I put black there, that's like another, it would just stay on black.
so there's also things that you can add a class and remove a class. So like you could check to see if the class is present. And then, or you can actually check to see what the style is. If the color is red, and change it to black. Otherwise,
So you would need a check or something like that, so.
yeah, I mean that's all they do.
I just think
Oh, it's fine.
So, jQuery's got a bunch of couple things like that. Yeah.
when you're doing fade out and then you're fading up, so the file you see a side layout is like
Yeah, like I tried that.
not the original.
You don't have to.
It's switching up back to the original side.
Doesn't come back to the original size.
Yeah, it's like
Not sure. Does that mean?
For animate?
no. Okay, you're changing the CSS on the element, right?
Yeah.
The question is how to do it.
Oh, just,
Is it with anime?
yeah, oh, just for the paragraph, I did the, like, just for that. Oh, so you can do, like, whatever your, yeah, dot CSS, and then for some reason you have to put in quotations about, like, and then probably a color followed by, it's not like the CSS syntax.
Well, yeah, because you're changing the font size to 50 pixels up there. So yeah, anything you do, it's not a toggle, or you have to undo. Yeah, that's it. It's like
Yeah, like fade toggle.
Yeah,
Like it changes to red and then it fades, but I want it to come back again.
what?
Nothing to pass.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Something like that.
But it's kind of like, I don't know, like, it's what false color watch out.
So you did fade out, fade in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
I don't know how to do the,
But like I wanted to like change it from red and then when it comes back another color. I'm looking at it.
I don't know why if I just create a
Okay, well.
Yeah.
What is this?
Fade it out and then fade it in as a different color.
So here's a couple things I just made. Oops, where are they? That this one on load. This does some jQuery animations. This is obviously pretty baroque. Not so super stoked in this color scheme, but just to show what things can do. You time things and have everything kind of pop up. Time it right, you can get everything kind of going well. This is something that just using the arrow keys, you can move this object around on the page, position it. Where are some of my other things that I've made here? So this is something that's a little bit. Oh, I have two going there. That's weird. I gotta figure this one out for a second. What this is supposed to do is create a. See if I can find this special one. I'm gonna turn this one off. It's broken. What it's supposed to do is there is a this weird property in mathematics. I think it's like something ants. Langston ants. That's right. So you guys may or may not find this interesting. It's a this is a two-dimensional Turing machine. So this is Turing complete. But basically, what it does is it has basically two rules. At a white square, it turns 90 degrees right and flips the square, the color of the square that it was on, to either black or white. And then if it's at a black square, it turns left and it flips that square white. But given those simple rules, after 11,000 iterations, it performs this weird, like looking tube thing that just jolts off into infinity for whatever reason. It's just a weird mathematical function. Yeah, totally is. But it's for whatever reason. So it's I guess it's an example of order out of chaos. I don't know why mine is not working anymore. I think I screwed it up and then didn't change it right. Let's see if I can find where I just screwed it up here. But anyway, does anybody have any cool things that they did with their page you want to show, or you're impressed with, or you want to figure out some more stuff? Because I think the homework is honestly just to probably to do something very similar to this page. So basic HTML page with no styling, at least 10 separate elements in it. Use jQuery to create like an animated show sort of thing. So when you click on something, maybe the CSS will change, maybe the size, maybe it moves, maybe it fades. Basically kind of make the page go crazy. You can do some really cool things like this if you really want to. Just sort of tweaking it and getting the timing down right. If you so we should start, I guess, just doing that. Honestly, let's just do that for a little bit before lunch. My voice is kind of a little bit going, so I'm gonna try and drink some water, and then we can finish up the lecture a little bit afterwards. Supposedly there is soft skills today. I don't know if that's actually happening. I might got a loop. Like some guy was supposed to do it, and I guess like Will said yesterday, he's not there. Or he got called in by his work. He couldn't do it. But I think that's almost the whole lecture. Let's see. I really do not like the Canvas interface. So showing, fading, fading in, fading out, fade over time, hiding and sliding, animating CSS. Some properties are not animatable. It's just something that just exists. You can tie these things to click event, or you can do like a hover, or a mouse over, or a key press. Essentially, lots of things. So this is a here's an example of a callback. One animation triggering another when it's done using anonymous function as a callback. So if we throw this thing in and we run this, so it will. Let's just do it. Let's go crazy and do it. So we have our H1 here. For this. Thanks. Okay, so instead of our menu, let's do the P. Oops. So what happens is we're calling it to show, and then once that's done, oops, let's close this guy out. Once that's done, it sets the opacity to 0.5. So the last example could be written like this. If you want to do it like this, menu.show function, menu.animate opacity of 0.5. But this is a anonymous function callback. Is what's going to happen there. So I guess I was easy on you guys. It says 10 here. So let's try and make this page look pretty cool. And then afterwards, after you're kind of done with 10 of these things, we'll go through some more examples of some jQuery and try and get things up to code. And then we'll kind of break into groups and work with the collaborative site again. But this time you can add some jQuery to your pages, make some more commits, get familiar with GitHub, that sort of thing. Hopefully you should be familiar with GitHub by now. But so go to town with this. Create at least 10 of them.
Can you like define CSS in a different file and then like do stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you can oftentimes you have CSS and jQuery all working together. Now, oftentimes you're trying to make it like very unobtrusive and make the design part real nice, so it's like just it flows nicely and things look real smooth. It doesn't like jarringly show something or hide something. Just sort of nicely fades away as you're using a page. Hi.
They're working on an exercise. Can I talk to you for 1 second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. H1.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's basic. There is a. I don't know. She told me she would do something like that. She, every time you come on the exercise, someone jumps. I'm finishing. But I don't, but because I haven't gotten holds on yet, you know, I'm like, are people, you know, where, I basically, I didn't know where people were on that section. Yeah, I'm gonna try to bring it, today, because I'll go down. Oh, great. I'm actually looking forward to your visit. Oh, good. Okay, excellent. That's gonna be that's gonna make your life so much easier. Because the building is right next to the parking lot. And every time you this happy and bouncy, you know, I mean, she's so affectionate. And
Okay, in the meantime, I'm just gonna let this guy run. I don't know why this thing is screwy on this resolution. Huh. Well,
Sorry, can I get two seconds? So I just got off the phone with Minerva's assistant. Okay, so she's going to be coming. She's obviously, she spent decades in both fintech and in tech. Male-dominated worlds. She definitely wants to hear. She definitely is interested in talking about. Being a woman in a male-dominated, in two male-dominated industries, being a person of color in industries dominated by white people, like that. Those are definitely things she can talk about. She is also a huge geek, which is kind of fun, right? So she's like very up for talking about technical stuff, like how do you learn a new language, or what resources, or when did you decide you wanted to learn a new language? She'll talk about when she was stuck and when she got scared of something that it was probably a good idea to learn it, and then what resources, you know, she did to stay on top of it. So, you know, I think that's going to be really good for all of you to have questions about, because you've all had to struggle with learning different computer science concepts. And so she, you know, I'm going to bet that if you hit the right technical topic on it, she's a wonderful speaker and really fun and very down to earth. And we're going to have every one of these folks from the tech talent pipeline and administrators and whatnot buzzing around. But she's actually like super cool. And if you can get her talking about the stuff that she's passionate about, she's got a lot to offer. So I'll probably be passing out a sheet later about like questions you're supposed to think about. But since I just spoke to her office, I wanted to share it.
What's her name?
Minerva, and then the last name I've got it here.
No,
It's Tantoko. Minerva. 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 That I'm absolutely sure. And her Twitter handle is Minerva Tweets. Sorry, I just knocked that
Yeah,
over.
Tentoko, I think. Not sure on the pronunciation, but
But you know, she's built businesses, she's sold businesses, she's done the technical stuff when there was nobody else. She's really good. And you know, I mean, I'm a little bit of everybody likes somebody else to say what they already think, but you know, she's going to tell you to play the night game and to go out to meetups and meet, you know, people who are doing it. So anyway, I'm excited. I hope all of you are also.
yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Going to the night thing is great. There are a lot of people at our school who go to those things all the time, and
Yeah.
they're constantly meeting people or finding jobs that way. It's just a great way to like just meet people in the industry too, networking.
Yeah.
And you get usually free beer, like you said.
Oh, was there free beer? Look, Vincent is saying free beer. Leroy, free beer? So you know, and you know, you just never know who's going to show up, whether it's, you know, some professor from MIT or just somebody working on something really cool, you know, and that's, you know, it is a really good way. All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
You guys should
Oh,
join.
and so who hasn't forked?
Why don't you just write their names on the tech book? Just
You know, can you put up Evan Mishula GitHub resident survey issues? I've got outstanding issues. I mean, you know, I have 12 people that haven't forked the repository.
what's
Like,
your
you gotta
what's your
get
handle?
started.
Is it Evan W? What is your?
GitHub.com/Evan Mishula.
How do I spell your name? I'm sorry.
Evan, MISSHULA. Okay, and then go, look at repositories, resident survey,
Okay.
issues.
Okay.
So that's the list, right? Close those issues. That's what your job is going to be, to close issues.
And you guys know how to close them. You can just do it right in the commit message, you know.
See, and I've got, go back up. You see how many pull requests I have? Oh, I got 3 now. All right. So, and then if you scroll over to the right hand side, some people have comments back, right? But let's get the rest of those closed.
Really wants those surveys, guys. So.
We do have slide down.
What else do you guys have?
Number. figured out how to do the color thing.
How do you do it?
I looked at it. It just said you could yeah, you can like in your function, just two consecutive functions that call this, one that calls the red, and then another one to clear.
Oh yeah.
So I guess that's definitely one way. I don't know if it's true.
Now, well,
Slide down. There should be a number in there, or
no. So slide down, make something that's hidden up here. So slide up is make something. Yeah, disappear. What's that? Well, you have to click it, right? Oh.
yesterday it was
Will
Will Chinberg.
Chinberg.
I'm sorry.
He's come today, too.
It's come today. Say your business.
I don't know. I'm not a loop. It's like, I thought he was coming, but he told me yesterday. He was like, I don't know if I'm coming. And I was like, if not, then let me know. But I didn't get any message back, so I had to just email him. So definitely, I guess, just make sure you do this survey here. Make Evan happy. What? I don't know what he wanted. I haven't checked on.
Just put it in the file and then get it.
Yeah, get it. You can add. You just like you had with anything.
Did you?
I mean, Git doesn't know what kind of file you're.
Did you clone it? Once you clone it, you'll get everything, and then you can just find your folder and the survey's in there. And then you also. Oh yeah. If you want to.
Make sure you in the commits you mention the number of your issue.
Yeah, the
So
closes.
it gets resolved. Well, so it didn't-
Literally, you follow this thing step by step
Yeah.
on the website.
What is the? Yeah, if you guys have any questions about this, we can walk through this. What does he want you to do here? Fork the repo. Okay. This is an example of a good README. This thing is not.
Spent a lot of time.
I'll go down to the vending machine, grab a snack, because I am starving. It's a late lunchtime.
It should be, so no, I do like, $sign this dot CSS and then whatever, and then dot if you want something else. I don't know if it makes a difference if it's animate first or in the CSS.
I want to be on the CSS file.
Oh yeah, the same way on the top.
I mean,
Oh, you're saying first?
like after the jQuery.
I don't think it should matter because we have the document ready now, so.
Ruby? Unfortunately, no. No. More JavaScript.
So we're doing JavaScript for the remainder.
Yeah. And then I think there is some SQL, like a lesson on some basic SQL. You guys all know SQL pretty well?
Some queries.
And then a lesson on database theory, which I think is for the final week. What's happening here?
Learning like basic theory and like just basic stuff, or will we be able to like way we learn like how to implement it, like with websites and connecting with databases, or we won't get that far?
I don't know if we're gonna get that far. I mean, it's like a can of worms to do that one. And we could like cover Sinatra and do some Ruby in a day, but it's like learning Ruby and all this stuff isn't, I guess, part of the schedule, the course. I just work here. They tell me what to teach. Okay, so how's everyone doing with their jQuery mini exercise website thing going? You have 10 of them? 10 effects? Okay. You guys want to try and do the workshop from yesterday that we that crashed and burned so bad? But The form validation. It's now that we know jQuery, it's a lot easier to do.
He's not here today. Okay, thank you.
And I'll show you how, or what I mean by that. Where are we looking? So, where's this canvas? Give me 1 second here. Assignment files. So we're talking about this guy right here, this input validation. So yesterday, trying to do it with just JavaScript, let's just say I was unsuccessful at it. But doing it with jQuery, we can do this pretty easy. So let's do this. Try and do this together. Now that we know about jQuery, we can do a lot more stuff. I'm gonna just erase all this stuff. My computer's freezing lately. So the very first thing, let's do like our sanity check. Console.log. Working. Right here, we need to is the same one. Weird resolution. Copy over my jQuery. Where is that bad boy? Copy the wrong one. Okay. So, first of all, how's the jQuery exercise going? Going well? Am I having any difficulties or things I can't do or want to do? Or basically, with jQuery, you can do everything. Everything you want to. The world is limited only to your imagination. But in the meantime, I guess we'll just do this form validation. So jQuery is much easier because all you have to do is simply form submit. You're basically halfway there. Our little anonymous functions, we can do some stuff with it. That's all we're gonna do right now. We're gonna just see if we can get this, extract this value from this form and console it. So we have now a very basic form, just a first name and a password on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Submit, and all of a sudden we have the values right there. Well, once we have those values, we need to compare them or let the user know if they entered the wrong password or something like this. So first up here, we'll probably remove our console.log working. We know that is now working. Make a var correct password equals 2, 3, 4, 5. So down here, we can check to see if password equals password. Do something cool. Else, user password was wrong. Something. Kind of the basic way of logging in works anywhere. You're just checking to make sure the username and the password match that which is stored on file. You're signing in. If you're signing up, it's different. But signing in, we want to check to see if the password is matched to the password that we have hard coded in our little JavaScript here. Right now, not really doing anything, but let's console.log and see if we can get it to work. Word was correct. On here. So, very simple if statement. Where we remove this guy too, we're gonna know. Put those out. Gone. I'm gonna enter the incorrect password now. Just enter one letter. Wrong password. John, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password was correct. That's very simple JavaScript form validation. Now that a database, it's like obviously we can't really create users and store users and have like a state machine going on, but yeah.
Online it says for the assignment that to not use jQuery.
Yeah. No, let's just use jQuery. I don't mind. I don't know why that's there. It seems to be. Once you know jQuery, I just use jQuery basically. But for whatever reason you want to use JavaScript, go ahead. I mean, anything you do in jQuery, you can do in JavaScript. It's just it's going to be more typing. But you can just check all the functions that JavaScript or jQuery has written and see what they translate to in JavaScript, and sort of like extract that JavaScript out if you want to. I personally just prefer writing less. But what are some of the other things in that little thing? The date validation. So we had the letter and the number going. Validating date input is going to be pretty similar, but I'll leave that one to you guys. So, and the form cannot be submitted with a blank username field. If we can do that, something like this, like correct password equals password, do something like that. Honestly, the easiest way to do that would just be, that's why I don't necessarily think sometimes the hard way to do something isn't the best way. If we just do like required. It's just a Boolean. Do it that way. And it just won't let you, we just put required equals true in there. That's why that one seems kind of ridiculous. If you can just do it in HTML, might as well just do it in HTML. There's no way around that. You know, your browser just will tell you. So if I do something, ta-da. What's that?
That was an HTML.
Yeah, just put required equals true in the form, and it's it just makes it unable to be passed. I mean, if you wanted to do it in JavaScript, you could just check to see if that if first name is just like a nil string or an empty string, you know. It's just gonna be pseudocode equals null string like that. Then don't let don't let the form submit or redirect them back. Let's do some like actual description on the page rather than just giving it this. Let's make it an H1 saying so inside here, if the password is correct, we're now going to alter the H1 to show that it was. So $, H1, oops, close that out. And that'll pretty much do it. And if we do it down here, just copy that guy. So let's make this all the way.
statement would never get executed, right? Since you have required equals true.
That? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll remove the required equals true just to show, I guess, how to do it in JavaScript. But HTML, these. Out the name. Go. Okay. So there's a little problem now because we have an if statement and we have another if statement. So we don't need this one's want to be an else if. So if this one is blank, it's going to run. If this one is not blank, we're just going to assume that that's okay, and then we'll check for this one. Make sure the password matches. You probably normally would want to make sure that like the username and the password obviously are the same combo, so someone just can't be logging in randomly. But we're not checking necessarily for. We don't have like a correct username sort of thing. We can add that later on, but let's just one step at a time here. So let's see what happens when we run this now. Oop, I still got required in. Let's get rid of this required. So it's sort of working, but we're getting that weird. So let's do let's throw a return statement on here. So prevent default is a pretty handy. God, that's a strange Google logo today. Prevent default. If this method is called, the default action of the event will not be triggered. Sometimes you don't really know what like the default action is of something, but the default action of submitting a form is for the form to be submitted, right? So that one's kind of easy to figure out. Buttons, same thing. Like if you want to like disable something from happening, event.prevent default, kind of be your friend here. They're kind of probably going to use it in the same way. So default click action is prevented. There you go. So this is a link to jquery.com, a.click function, kind of like what same we're doing. We have the submit function. They're passing it event. We just passed it, I think, the letter E, but it's doesn't really matter. We can call it E. We're just passing it that variable. Let's debugger this to see what we have going on here, though. So it even kind of says right here, E, original event, event type, submit. So now if we press play, it's going to do it. Let's get rid of the debugger there, but debuggers are very helpful for obviously kind of stopping the code. You can just do this in the console though if you want to. Like if you go into sources and just like, I think you just basically click like something like this. Let's refresh it. So so I think this should now pause on That's what it does. Yeah, but it kind of does it in a weird way, like much stranger way. Doesn't really tell you like where it's doing it at, but it will pause it. I just like doing it in the browser, so I know exactly where I'm doing that at. Okay, so let's remove that. So let's try out all different options here. So we're gonna give it John. I'm gonna give it the wrong password. Letter, wrong password. So John, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password was correct. So all three cases are covered there. This e.prevent default is great. It stops the page from being from reloading, which is what the submit default action is. So we're able to keep that. The password is correct. We're able to keep this HTML sort of actually there. And now if we want to do some weird, like, so say if they do fill out things and it was a correct, we probably want to like maybe redirect them to another page. So you can do like window. Name, I believe. Exactly what that one is here. Let's just type it out. So if I want to change the URL here, I probably should just grab that whole thing. It's going to be that horrendously long one. Now, if you remember, oops. This is going to change. Well, I'll show you guys. This is going to change the. This is basically simply going to change the URL. We're going to get directed to the thank you page. So thank-you.html. I think that's what it was called over here. Oh my gosh.
So whenever that's clicked.
Well, if only if it's we're gonna just you obviously wouldn't see that one. So only if the correct password is put in will the page change. Let's do a quick refresh. So once again, please fill out the name. John. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Submit. Wrong password. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Location path name is not a function. Document. Okay. I knew I was typing out weird. What's that?
First thing is wrong.
Oh, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, well, it's only checking for the presence of a name. I'm not actually checking to see if it is anything. It's a rather lazy function. What is going on here?
It's camel format. Camel format.
No, it's a. Why does this necessarily work?
Why don't you just do like window dot?
What's that?
Why
do window.
Window that open. Yeah, that worked too. I guess I think I'm load. I don't know if it'll let you do that. Window that open. I don't know if that's gonna. Sometimes there's weird. Maybe like a pop-up lock sort of thing. But you know that'll work. But your browser kind of like prevents these things. Normally, I guess I just wouldn't really have this do this. It would just sort of go to that page. I think there might be a way to. Is there a way to stop this from happening?
It says online that window application of path turns the path file name.
Yeah, I thought you could alter it, but I'm just messing up my path name here. But I think it might just be a returning. And okay, I think you guys might be right. I want that chronicle file though. I'm gonna stop at this one. This window. Yeah. Something's happening. Let's leave it at that. We could also do another way of doing this would be to simply, where is this? Is to only put this prevent default in this if statement, like if here, and then also here. Clear all this out here. Okay. That works. What's that? Let's get rid of this lazy line here.
So you use location.
No, we just so basically the only thing that we did here was we're only preventing the default action if it's incorrect. Otherwise, we're just going to let it happen, which is kind of I guess the right thing to do. But for instance, if we just leave out the name, it's not going to happen. So just put anything. I'll put any password. No password. It only works if we put the right password in. Ta-da. So we'll leave it to you guys to maybe do the date validation. Because honestly, if you just kind of Google it, it'll really give you a really clear answer on that one. So let's do this. But besides that, how's jQuery going?
Pretty good.
Okay. Any other homework questions or issues with the homework? I'm trying to do all the grading while they're doing the soft skills and after lunch today. Sorry about the slowness of that.
What's the difference between a library and
A library and a framework?
Yeah.
Well, it's like one of those semantic questions. I'm not sure how to really answer that without honestly just Google library versus framework. Like Angular is like a framework, but it's also a library. It's one of those things where I think they're kind of like basically on version of control. Okay. That makes sense. So library is like you kind of you use the library, and the framework you kind of are forced to use it, sort of thing, or it uses you, I guess. That's really it, honestly. It's not really but people kind of use them in non-technical ways, kind of mix up those words both a lot of times. So it's gotten mixed up, really. Like I don't know if it's used accurately most of the time. And this answer's from 2010, so do what you will with that.
That makes sense.
And then toolkit, it's like, again, one of those words that just sort of people throw around, you know. API is something different. But that's kind of like where you might use something where you'll pass some parameters to something like an API endpoint, like a weather endpoint, and it'll return, like if you pass it like a zip code, it'll return like the weather, or geolocation, stuff like that. Google Maps API is pretty widely used for just straight up getting the map. But sometimes you have to sign up for those things. You have to have like credentials. Like you might have a secret key. It's kind of a whole can of worms. Oftentimes, like if you try and get a whole class to sign up for like an API key at one time, they'll like shut you down because they think it's like a DDoS or there's something going on. They're like, why is everyone like asking for a key? So it's like we all try and get like API keys for something right now. It might break the internet. I don't want to do that. It's happened in class before at our school. Like we just like all of a sudden we can't access whatever website we're trying to access. Kind of block it off. But the iTunes API is one that's really easy to use and has doesn't require a key at all. You can just
because they're in the jQuery website.
yeah, I mean you're kind of so the jQuery API is kind of like when you're
So like, is it a library or an API?
well, it is it's a library, but the API is basically that you are you don't have it on your computer and you're just calling it, or you're just referencing it, and so it's like it's just returning the functions for you. It's like you're kind of like linking to it and you're just using it that way.
I thought API was kind of like a README.
No, it is not a README.
Like how to use this library. Like
So-
functions and stuff inside.
So like this iTunes API, you can just you just put like search, and then the value, and it'll return. I think it's like if you just do artist, you can just like search for Michael Jackson or something, and you just put this right in the URL, and it'll return something for you. It's gonna look like crap. It kind of gets returned in a XML format, so it's search examples. Let's why would anybody look for Jack Johnson? No idea. But it kind of just returns like this. This is yours might not look like this. This is I have like a JSON viewer on my browser, but it kind of returns stuff like this. It's this big hash object that you can then grab information out of and parse out the results and put them on a screen or something like that. You can honestly, because we just know what we're searching for, if you want to like search for like Michael Jackson, we turn it like that. I think the default results are 50. And that's kind of how you do it. There's, I'm not really going to get into that one because I was kind of more do it with like Ruby. This is how we go about APIs. But you can play around with this one if you want to. It's not that bad. You can grab the Reddit API too if you want to do something like that. You can, and then once you get those results, you can like parse these results using this API endpoint. Like it'll just grab a response for you. Forget the exact way to do it just from the terminal, but it's not super hard. I think we could maybe even just terminal. Ooh, this is gonna be bad. That's not what I'm looking for. That's about it. Let's. You guys hungry? Yeah, man. I start smelling that pizza. I just can't think of anything else. But I'll look into this one and see if like there's a good way to do this without too much overhead. You can look at and do some API stuff, but it's kind of fun. Let's see what it is here.
Get it or no? Didn't get it? Still weird. I'll look at it after.